Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is our adaptation of a beautiful novel by Oscar Wilde, The Canterville Ghost. Chapter 1, The Purchase. It was a dull, grey afternoon in early October, when Mr. Hiram B. Otis of West 53rd Street, New York City, finalized the purchase of Canterville Chase, a historic English manor with a notorious reputation. A successful American minister, Mr. Otis prided himself on his rationalism, pragmatism, and unwavering belief in the supremacy of American common sense. "There's no such thing as a ghost," he had said matter-of-factly to Lord Canterville, the aging and aristocratic former owner, as they sat in the wood-paneled drawing room of the Chase, surrounded by ancestral portraits glaring down at them with centuries of disapproval. Lord Canterville had cleared his throat with a touch of embarrassment and shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "My dear sir," he began, speaking with the measured patience of one used to being disbelieved, "I feel it my duty to tell you that the house is well reputed to be haunted. I consider it only fair to inform any prospective buyer of such eccentricities." Mr. Otis chuckled. "My dear Lord Canterville, if there were such things as ghosts, which there are not, they would be found in America as readily as in England. But our public health boards and patent medicine companies would soon exterminate them. I assure you I've no fears. My wife is descended from a Boston Puritan. My children have been raised on science and skepticism, and I myself am not afraid of anything that cannot be bought, sold, or reasoned with." Lord Canterville raised a pale eyebrow and studied the man before him. The American was composed, courteous, but unshakably confident. He sipped his tea without so much as a tremble. "Very well," the nobleman said slowly. "But I must inform you that Sir Simon has been seen by several members of my family, as well as by servants and even clergy. He has haunted this house since 1575, after he—" Lord Canterville paused, as if weighing the wisdom of continuing. "After he disappeared following the mysterious death of his wife, Lady Eleanor. There is a bloodstain in the library that has never been removed. No matter what is done, it reappears. It is not a matter of superstition, Mr. Otis. It is fact." The American only smiled and stood. "Then I shall bring with me Pinkerton's Champion Stain Remover and Paragon Detergent. If it does not clean the stain, nothing will. As for the ghost, I dare say he will have to adjust to modern living." Lord Canterville gave a small sad sigh. "I hope you are right, sir, but I wash my hands of responsibility. You have been warned." The following week, Canterville Chase changed hands. The Otis family arrived in England with all the enthusiasm of Americans abroad, 5 in number, loud in luggage, and louder in confidence. Mr. Otis came first, accompanied by his dignified yet fashionably dressed wife, Lucretia R. Tappan Otis, a New York society woman known for her philanthropy, her taste in wallpaper, and her belief in progress. Then came Washington Otis, their eldest son, named after the capital, and nearly as polished. He had a particular passion for gardening and a deep trust in modern cleaning agents. Next were the twins, Louis and Clark, whom no governess had managed to civilize for more than 2 weeks at a stretch. Lastly was Virginia, their 15-year-old daughter, a curious and imaginative girl with golden hair, a talent for riding, and a quiet depth not yet fully understood even by herself. As they approached the estate, nestled amid the rolling green hills of Berkshire, the weather grew colder and a mist had begun to rise across the moors. The Chase loomed before them, a sprawling Gothic mansion with ivy-covered walls, gabled roofs, and a tall, crooked bell tower that had not rung in 100 years. Mrs. Otis shivered. "It does look rather dreary." "Nonsense," said Mr. Otis, eyes twinkling behind his gold-rimmed spectacles. "Just needs a fresh coat of paint and a telephone line." Mrs. Umney, the housekeeper, was waiting on the threshold, dressed in severe black and holding a candle that flickered in the wind. She curtsied deeply as the family entered. "I must welcome you to Canterville Chase," she said in a low, tremulous voice, "and may God preserve you." The remark was greeted with a puzzled silence. Then the twins giggled, and Washington Otis cleared his throat awkwardly. "Bit dramatic, aren't we?" he whispered. The family was led through the grand hall, past grim tapestries, suits of armor, and portraits that seemed to scowl with ancient suspicion. The library, at the end of a dark corridor, was spacious and filled with dusty volumes. It was here that Mrs. Umney halted, pointing to the floor. "There," she said solemnly, "the bloodstain. Lady Eleanor's blood. It reappears every morning." All eyes turned to the floor. Sure enough, a dark red blotch marred the ancient stone tiles. Washington dropped his suitcase and knelt down. From another case he withdrew a bottle of Pinkerton's Champion Stain Remover and applied it with brisk enthusiasm. The stain vanished almost instantly. "There," All fixed. At that very moment, a flash of lightning lit the windows, and a thunderclap cracked overhead. Mrs. Umney screamed and fainted dead away. "Phooey," said Mr. Otis. "These English storms must be poor insulation." But as the family gathered around the unconscious housekeeper, Virginia looked down at the now spotless tile. The storm raged louder outside. For a moment, just a moment, she could have sworn she heard a whisper from the walls. Chapter 2. The First Encounter. The rain fell steadily on the slate roof of Canterville Chase, tapping like skeletal fingers against the lidded glass windows. Within the vast manor, the Otis family had settled into their first evening with what they considered admirable efficiency. Mrs. Otis had immediately ordered the main bedrooms rearranged, curtains aired, and electric reading lamps placed beside every bed, though the local electrician had looked aghast when she asked for a bit of modern wiring in the east wing. Supper had been a peculiar affair: boiled mutton, overcooked potatoes, and something the butler called spotted dick that caused the twins to snicker uncontrollably until their mother gave them a look sharp enough to slice bread. Mr. Otis, however, had declared the meal charming in its rustic simplicity, and Virginia had said nothing, though she thought wistfully of the lemon custard she had once eaten in Philadelphia. After dinner, the family retired to the library, where Washington had re-examined the floor with scientific curiosity. The bloodstain was back. "It's impossible," he muttered. "I scrubbed this clean myself." Virginia leaned in. "It's darker this time, more purple than red." "Just rust," said Mr. Otis. "Likely iron in the stone reacting with moisture." Mrs. Otis frowned. "Or perhaps just part of the floor's natural coloring. One mustn't be too quick to believe in haunted things." Mrs. Umney, now recovered and unusually silent, hovered in the doorway, her eyes fixed on the stain, and she muttered a prayer beneath her breath before vanishing down the hall. The family dispersed early that night, weary from travel, but the manor did not sleep so easily. The wind howled through the chimneys, moaning low like a distant animal in pain. The walls creaked with age, and somewhere in the distance, a clock struck midnight. 12 slow, deliberate tolls that echoed into the darkness like a warning. It was precisely at this moment that the ghost made his entrance. Sir Simon de Canterville had waited long enough. He had endured indignities no ghost should be made to suffer: the removal of his bloodstain, the cheerful disregard of his solemn reputation, and the insult of being offered commercial lubricant for his chains. His pride, noble, ancient, and spectral, had been wounded. Tonight, he would reassert his dominion. The corridor outside the Otis bedrooms was cold and dimly lit by flickering candles. Sir Simon emerged from the tapestry behind the armor stand, gliding noiselessly in a long, faded funeral shroud. His hollow eyes burned with faint blue fire. His beard was matted, and his skeletal hands clutched an old rusted lantern. A chain wound around his torso clanked softly with each step. He paused outside Mr. and Mrs. Otis's room and summoned his most dreadful groan, practiced over centuries, a gurgling rasp that began in the throat and finished with a sob of the damned. Then he flung open the door with dramatic force. Inside, Mr. Otis sat up in bed and reached calmly for his spectacles. "My dear sir," he said, his voice even, "you really must oil those chains. Here, take this." He held out a small bottle. Tammany Rising Sun Lubricator. Guaranteed to stop creaking. I'd suggest a few drops before you retire. The ghost stood paralyzed. No shrieks, no fainting, no hysteria, just an oil can. Sir Simon blinked. Then, without a word, he turned on his heel and glided back into the corridor. As he passed Virginia's room, the door creaked open a crack. The girl peered out, her hair loose around her shoulders. "Are you the ghost?" she asked, not in fear, but in curiosity. The ghost froze. No one had ever asked him that. They usually ran. "Yes," he managed at last, with a touch of theatrical pride. "I am Sir Simon de Canterville, slayer of his wife, doomed to walk this house until—" But Virginia had already shut the door. He seethed. Further down the corridor, the twins were waiting. They had been hiding in a cupboard since 10 o'clock, armed with a toy slingshot and a pillowcase filled with flour. As the ghost floated past, they leapt out with a war cry and struck him full in the chest with a cloud of white powder. "Arg!" Sir Simon roared in outrage. The boys whooped with delight and vanished down the corridor. The ghost wheezed, flour clung to his shroud, and the powder made him sneeze. A ghostly, echoing sneeze that sent a draft through the halls. His chains jangled with impotent fury. Dignity utterly lost, Sir Simon turned and vanished through a wall, retreating into a concealed panel that led to the disused chapel where he often went to sulk. The next morning, at breakfast, the incident was recounted with amusement. "I say," Washington declared, He looked like a particularly annoyed marshmallow. He sneezed, the twins laughed. Do ghosts sneeze? Mrs. Otis poured tea and said calmly, we really must teach him proper etiquette if he insists on haunting us. Virginia alone said little. She had not slept much after her glimpse of the ghost. There was something sorrowful about him, something fragile beneath the bluster. As the family chatted, the house groaned again. But no one heard the soft, bitter sob that came from behind the wainscot where Sir Simon was hiding, composing new groans and plotting his revenge. Chapter 3: Midnight Disturbances. For 3 consecutive nights, the ghost of Sir Simon de Canterville prepared himself with increasing care, precision, and desperation. The humiliation he had suffered on his first appearance had wounded not just his dignity, but his sense of purpose. He was not merely a ghost, he was a legacy. He had haunted royalty, driven bishops to madness, and sent stout-hearted generals fleeing in their nightshirts. To be dismissed with household products and pelted with flour was an insult history itself should not bear. So on the second night, Sir Simon re-emerged with a new plan. He adopted the guise of Jonas the Graveless, a particularly successful persona from the 1760s, a limping corpse in blood-stained burial cloths, one eye dangling grotesquely down his cheek. He dragged a heavy spade behind him, scraping it slowly along the floor to announce his approach with a sound like death grinding its teeth. As he limped down the west corridor, a door flew open. The twins appeared, this time armed with a large rubber band and a bar of soap, which they launched with astonishing aim. The bar hit Sir Simon squarely in the chest and bounced off with a soft thunk. The ghost let out a roar. You insolent. Nighty-night, Jonas, the boys yelled, slamming the door shut again. Sir Simon stood there, dripping fury. The ghostly eye that hung by a thread from his cheek snapped back into place with a wet plop. He retreated once more, muttering to himself in Latin curses so old the chapel walls shivered. By the third night, Sir Simon was losing patience and composure. He rummaged through his wardrobe of horrors and selected one of his most terrifying iterations, the blood-soaked Benedictine, an apparition so ghastly that in 1735 it had caused a French tutor to go permanently blind. Donning a tattered monk's cowl, his mouth foaming with ghostly blood, Sir Simon rehearsed his laugh, low, guttural, unearthly. At 1:15 a.m., he emerged again, but as he passed the top of the stairs, he stopped short. There, neatly tied across the landing, was a nearly invisible string. Attached to it were 3 heavy metal pans and a frying spoon, rigged like a primitive alarm system. The ghost stared at it. For a moment, there was silence. Then, with a shudder of disbelief, Sir Simon realized he had become the target of booby traps. He groaned and sat down heavily on the stone bench beneath the armor of Lord Runcible. The ghost of Canterville Chase, noble and malevolent, had been reduced to dodging cookware. He thought of the past with a pang of nostalgia, the way Lady Barbara fainted in 1720, just at the sound of his whisper, the entire nursery staff resigning en masse in 1812 after a midnight moaning session. Those were the days when a ghost was feared, revered, when haunting was an art form. Now he was being mocked by schoolboys. As he sat in quiet misery, a small voice spoke up. Why don't you just stop trying to scare us? It was Virginia. She stood a few steps down the corridor, dressed in a white nightgown, her feet bare, her golden hair cascading like candlelight. She held a candle and looked at him, not with fear, but with calm concern. Sir Simon blinked at her, startled. Because I am a ghost. That is what I do. But nobody here is frightened. Doesn't that make you feel worse? The ghost didn't respond. She came closer. I don't think you're scary. I think you're sad. Sir Simon turned away. Leave me, child. I have centuries of rage and remorse to manage. I do not need pity. But Virginia didn't flinch. Then maybe you need someone to listen. Before he could answer, the hallway lights flickered. Footsteps echoed from the other wing. Mrs. Otis, calling softly for Virginia. The girl gave the ghost one last glance, then turned and slipped away. Sir Simon remained still for a long while after she left. Later that night, Washington Otis discovered another reappearance of the bloodstain in the library. This time, it's green, he said with mild interest. Chartreuse, maybe. The twins examined it closely. Do ghosts bleed green? One asked. Maybe it's ectoplasm, said the other, poking it with a pencil. I'll try bleach tomorrow, said Washington cheerfully. Down in the hidden crypt behind the chapel, Sir Simon sat at a dusty writing desk with a quill made of shadow. He was attempting to draft a new moaning schedule, one that would recapture his lost glory. Yet he found his thoughts drifting back to Virginia's face, the clarity of her voice, the gentleness of her question. Was it possible the girl had seen through him? Not the ghost, but the man beneath. He shook the thought away. He had work to do. But for the first time in centuries, he left a page unfinished. Chapter 4. The Ghost's Frustration. By the end of the first week, the ghost of Sir Simon de Canterville was no longer a figure of terror stalking the moonlit corridors of Canterville Chase. He was, instead, a subject of casual conversation, the butt of household jokes, and the reluctant star of a journal Mrs. Otis had begun to keep under the heading Psychic Irritations and Household Oddities. The twins had taken to calling him Uncle Spooky, a name Sir Simon found especially offensive. Not since the Puritan priest in 1683 had he been so utterly disrespected, and even then, the man had at least gone mad in the end. That Saturday morning, as the family ate a breakfast of bacon, eggs, and light-hearted mockery, Sir Simon sulked within the grandfather clock on the second-floor landing. His ethereal form folded awkwardly among the brass gears. He listened as Washington Otis gave an animated account of the ghost's latest defeat. He tried to rattle the doorknobs last night about 2 a.m. We all heard it, so I left a note on the door. Kindly return after sunrise. Children asleep, adults unimpressed. The twins howled with laughter. We're going to set up a megaphone next time. If he moans into it, it'll blast him right back into the walls. Even Mr. Otis chuckled between sips of coffee. I must say, this ghost isn't nearly as industrious as I expected. I thought English spectres were more committed to their craft. Only Virginia remained quiet. She stirred her tea thoughtfully, her mind still on the look in Sir Simon's eyes, the look that for all his theatrics was filled not with menace but weariness. That evening, the ghost tried again. He dressed carefully, selecting his most gruesome ensemble. A long cloak once worn by a plague doctor, splattered with spectral pus and old bones stitched into the hem. From a hidden niche in the wall, he retrieved his favorite prop, the dagger of death, which he had once dropped onto the chest of a sleeping archdeacon, causing instant palpitations. By midnight, he was ready. He glided down the main hallway in perfect silence, his eyes glowing faintly red, his breath a whisper of frost. The corridor lay still and moonlit until he turned the corner and was instantly flattened by a tripwire made from shoelaces. He hit the floor with a crash and slid several feet into a neatly balanced pyramid of tin cans. The resulting cacophony was tremendous. Within seconds, lights came on and doors opened. "There he goes again," yelled one twin, already chasing after the ghost with a squirt gun. Sir Simon shrieked, not out of fear but from pure indignation, and fled. Water splattered his cloak, hissing on contact with his cold, spiritual form. He fled through the tapestry and straight into the drawing room fireplace, where he attempted to phase through the back wall, only to find that someone had stuffed the chimney flue with potpourri sachets. The ghost emerged smelling faintly of lavender and oranges. Humiliated beyond words, Sir Simon dissolved into mist and reformed in the attic, pacing beneath cobwebbed beams like a trapped animal. He no longer haunted, he lurked, and he sulked. 3 nights later, he tried to groan beneath Virginia's window, but lost his voice halfway through, and ended up wheezing like a bellows with a leak. Twice he attempted to appear in the twins' room as the skeleton of the schoolmaster, dragging his own spine behind him, but both times he was intercepted by more traps, a bucket of blue paint above the door, and once, a wind-up music box that played Yankee Doodle whenever he stepped on a loose floorboard. His fury turned to despair. He began avoiding the family entirely. He took to wandering only in the oldest, most unused corridors of the East Wing, where even the mice avoided him. The sound of laughter, particularly the twins', became intolerable. It echoed through the walls, reminding him not only of his failure as a ghost, but of something even more painful, his utter irrelevance. One afternoon, Virginia stumbled upon him. She was returning from a walk in the orchard, her boots muddy and her braid wind-blown, when she heard a strange noise behind a tattered curtain. Curious, she pulled it back, and there he was, slumped on a wooden bench in a forgotten hallway, head in his hands. He looked up, startled. His eyes were sunken and dim. "You again," he muttered. "You look terrible," she said gently, not unkindly. "I feel worse," he replied. "They laugh at me. I was once the terror of Berkshire, you know. They used to lock their doors before dusk. Nuns fainted. Dukes fled. Now you get splashed with water guns." "Yes," he said bitterly, "and bathed in potpourri. I smell like a summer bonnet." Virginia sat beside him. "Maybe you need a different approach. Maybe haunting isn't who you are anymore." Sir Simon looked away. "It's all I have left." "No," she said quietly. "I think you have something else." He didn't ask what. He couldn't. But as she left him in the quiet gloom of the hallway, something stirred inside him that he hadn't felt in centuries. Not rage, nor vanity, nor duty. Just a thin, flickering question. What am I, if not a ghost? Chapter 5. The Many Disguises of Sir Simon. If Sir Simon de Canterville had one source of pride left in his ghostly existence, it was his costumes. Not mere disguises, these were personas, crafted with theatrical precision and gruesome historical accuracy. Within the dust-laden chests of the old tower room, he kept hundreds of terrifying get-ups, blood-soaked robes, rusted manacles, hollow-eyed masks, bones from his own victims, and admittedly, some from the village cemetery when he'd run out. Each costume represented a triumph, a haunting so terrifying it had passed into family legend. His appearances had been whispered about in every generation of Cantervilles: the Mad Monk of Medmenham, the Headless Earl of Essex, the Corpse Child of Croxley Moor, and of course, his pièce de résistance, Red Reuben, the Fiend of the Forge, which had once caused an entire hunting party to abandon their guns and run into a lake. Now those same personas were being dismissed with laughter, sarcasm, and peppermint breath spray. Sir Simon paced the attic chamber, dust swirling around him like a dismal fog. He was reviewing his costume options aloud to no one in particular. No, not the gaunt shepherd. That's too subtle for Americans. They lack poetic dread. The suicidal friar? No, they'd probably offer me therapy and a diet plan. He sighed and tossed a moldy black robe onto a pile of discarded horrors. In the end, he selected one of his most dramatic and physically demanding disguises, Reckless Rupert, the silent strangler of Stillwater Fen. It involved a thick chain coiled around his neck and a red lamp inside a skull mask to give the illusion of glowing eyes. That night, under the cold stare of a crescent moon, he descended the grand staircase in full regalia, dragging one foot behind him as though twisted in death, the chains grinding with metallic dread. At the foot of the stairs, a chalkboard had been placed on a stand. A note was written in bold, cheerful handwriting. Tonight's scheduled haunting. Please use the west corridor, staircase under renovation. Thank you. The Otis family. Sir Simon froze. A renovation. With a growl of disbelief, he floated through the floor instead, determined to appear in the nursery and truly terrify the twins. But they were waiting for him. As he entered the room, a bucket of cold water dropped directly onto his head. A follow-up explosion of feathers came next, released from a trap set on the ceiling. The ghost emerged dripping, white and resembling a drowned chicken, more than a vengeful spirit. From beneath their beds, the twins erupted in victorious laughter. "Ladies and gentlemen," one cried, "we present the ghost of Poultry Past." Sir Simon let out an undignified shriek and fled. In the following nights, he tried again. Disguise number 1, the Vampire Viscount of Hounslow. He painted his mouth with ghostly blood, sharpened his teeth to ivory points, and crept along the hallways snarling like a beast. Washington Otis greeted him with a clove of garlic and a silver butter knife. "We don't allow unregistered undead after midnight. House rules." Sir Simon retreated with his cape between his legs. Disguise number 2, the Howling Highwayman of Dartmoor. Wearing a 3-cornered hat, a black cloak, and twin ghostly pistols, he burst into the drawing room at exactly 12:01 a.m., prepared to terrify. Mrs. Otis did not flinch. She offered him a cup of cocoa. "You poor dear, you must be exhausted. Sit by the fire and warm up." He disappeared through the chimney in a puff of smoke and shame. Disguise number 3, the Phantom of the Marbled Stairs. This was a minimalist, expressionist performance involving no costume, just Sir Simon wailing softly while floating up and down the stairs. The family thought it was an experimental art piece. They applauded. The ghost nearly disintegrated on the spot. By the 7th failed attempt, Sir Simon had stopped trying. He returned to the chapel and buried his face in his skeletal hands. Never in his centuries of haunting had he encountered such resistance. No, such indifference. It wasn't that the Otises weren't afraid. They weren't even paying attention. They treated him like a passing nuisance, the way one might treat a broken umbrella or a cat who'd wandered in off the street. He had become a domestic inconvenience. Meanwhile, Virginia began sketching him in her notebook. She had caught glimpses of him several times now. Never clearly, never long, but enough to see that his costumes masked more than just his ghostly face. There was pain behind the posturing, regret behind the rage. She did not tell her brothers. She did not laugh with her parents. She only watched and wondered. One night, Sir Simon pulled out his diary, a thick ledger filled with dates, hauntings, successes and screams, and drew a firm red line beneath the year. Then he added a footnote: "The Americans cannot be haunted." He closed the book, and for the first time in centuries, allowed himself to sleep. Not the restless drifting of the undead, but something closer to a dream. And in it there was no blood, no chains, no mocking laughter, only a girl's voice in the dark, asking gently, "Why don't you just stop trying to scare us?" Chapter 6. History of the Haunting. The storm arrived just after midnight. Thunder rolled across the moors like cannon fire, and rain slashed against the stained glass windows of Canterville Chase. In the attic, beneath rotting beams and forgotten heirlooms, Sir Simon de Canterville sat in a high-backed chair, gazing into the dark. He no longer prowled the corridors. His costumes lay discarded. His chains were coiled like a useless belt beside an empty suit of armor. The Otis family had done what no priests, mediums, or sacred rites had ever managed. They had broken him not with holy water, but with peppermint drops and Yankee practicality. And yet, it was not their laughter that haunted him now. It was Virginia. Her words, soft, piercing, had taken root inside his mind. Maybe haunting isn't who you are anymore. Who was he then? He reached slowly into a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards. There, wrapped in a velvet cloth, was a faded portrait, a young man in Elizabethan dress, proud, angular, eyes dark with ambition, his own face, once, long ago. He brushed the dust from the frame, and for the first time in decades, let memory flood back. Canterville, 1575. He had been a lord, once, a soldier, a poet, a proud and restless man with a dangerous temper and a tongue too sharp for court. His marriage to Lady Eleanor de Canterville had been arranged. She, quiet and devout, he, brilliant and volatile. What began in ceremony ended in cruelty. Their home became cold, their meals silent, her prayers unheeded. She wept in the chapel while he rode alone through the hills, hunting, brooding, raging against a world that had given him title but no peace. The murder, when it came, was not sudden, but it was shocking. A single blow, a locked chamber, a whisper among servants that Lady Eleanor had simply vanished. Her body was never found. Sir Simon buried the truth behind charm and drink, but the guilt gnawed at him like wolves at bone. He aged quickly, his eyes hollowed, his voice bitter. The house grew colder. Then, one night, perhaps a month later, there came a knock at the gate. It was Eleanor's brother, a knight returned from France. He did not ask questions. He did not accuse. He merely walked with Sir Simon into the woods. Only one man returned. Sir Simon stumbled back to the house, wounded and pale, and collapsed at the threshold. He died before morning. The servants found him slumped beside the hearth, his hand clutching a locket with Eleanor's miniature inside. But his soul did not leave. The curse. He awoke in the chapel, as if from a long fever dream, and saw his body being lowered into the family tomb. Then came the voice, not from heaven, not from hell, but from the stones themselves. "You shall not rest until your sin is washed away by tears not your own." He laughed then. How could tears redeem a man like him? But the years passed, and still he lingered. He haunted the chase as a penance, a prisoner to his own pride. He moaned in the night, rattled his chains, and clung to the only identity left to him, the ghost of Canterville. He had become his own punishment. The thunder rattled the walls of the attic. Sir Simon blinked and returned to the present, still staring at the portrait. How many years had it been since he had thought of Eleanor not as a victim or ghost herself, but as a woman he had wronged? Had she waited for him somewhere, in whatever realm lay beyond? Or had she moved on, leaving him behind in these cold halls? A creak came from the attic door. Sir Simon turned, startled. It was Virginia. She stood in the doorway, holding a candle, her face pale but calm. "I thought you might be here," she said quietly. He didn't speak. "I found a letter," she continued, stepping inside, behind one of the library panels. "From your wife, to her brother. She was afraid of you, but she still prayed for you." Sir Simon's voice was hoarse. "I do not deserve her prayers." "That's not up to you," Virginia replied gently. "Maybe it's not about deserving. Maybe it's about being forgiven." The ghost bowed his head. "I do not know how." Virginia crossed the attic, her footsteps soft as whispers. She took his skeletal hand in her own. "Then let me help you," she said. For a long time Sir Simon did not move. Then slowly, uncertainly, he nodded. And somewhere beneath the storm, far below in the chapel crypt, the stones shifted for the first time in 3 centuries. Chapter 7. A Ghost in Crisis. Sir Simon did not appear the next night, nor the next, nor the one after that. The hallways of Canterville Chase, once full of strange groans and theatrical moans, fell eerily silent. The air, always thick with ghostly tension, and the occasional chill, seemed now merely stale. The bloodstain in the library, after 3 nights of glowing blue, had faded to a faint outline, almost embarrassed to exist. The Otis family noted the absence without much concern. "I suppose he's gone," said Mr. Otis over breakfast, buttering his toast with great satisfaction. "We've broken him." Mrs. Otis nodded. "Or bored him away." Washington added, "Maybe he's taken up ghostly retirement, gone to haunt a spa." Only Virginia did not laugh. She stirred her tea without drinking it, and glanced toward the east wing windows, where the attic loomed behind stone and shadow. She knew he was still there. Above, in the attic, Sir Simon sat in the dust-choked corner of the tower room, unmoving, half-transparent. He had not changed costumes in 5 days. His once impeccable haunting tools, his blood lamps, his chain oil, his scream jars, sat untouched in a crate. Even the rats, usually wary of his ghostly presence, now scampered past without interest. He was fading, not disappearing, but becoming something worse, irrelevant. He had tried everything. He had rattled, wailed, shrieked, floated, groaned, slammed, stalked, moaned, and glided. He had drawn bloodstains in 7 colors, appeared in mirrors, opened trapdoors, even turned invisible for a week, and none of it had worked. The Americans had simply refused to be haunted. But worse than that, Virginia had seen him, not as a ghost, not as a legend, but as something heartbreakingly human. It was the look in her eyes that undid him, that unspoken sorrow, that quiet, impossible offer. "Let me help you." Help! The very word made him shudder. Sir Simon, who had once commanded fear, now could barely summon enough energy to remain visible. His shape flickered faintly in the moonlight. If he concentrated too hard on his regrets, his form wavered. Sometimes he looked down and found that his hands had vanished completely. A flicker of light. On the 4th night of silence, Virginia returned. She knocked softly on the attic door before entering, carrying with her a satchel and a lamp. She had brought a blanket, 2 apples, a notepad, and a book of poetry. "I thought you might be tired," she said gently. Sir Simon looked at her with eyes dulled by centuries. "I do not sleep, not truly." "Then you can pretend," she said, spreading the blanket beside him. "Just for a while." She offered him an apple, which he refused. She handed him the book, which he opened with a trembling hand. He did not read it, but he did not let it go. For an hour they sat in silence, the kind not born of fear or awkwardness, but of shared stillness between a soul bound to stone and a girl who listened. At last he spoke. "I do not remember what I looked like when I was alive." Virginia looked up. "You were handsome." He gave a faint smile, a dry crack in old marble. "No, child. That is what people said when they were afraid to speak the truth. I was arrogant, cruel, and then I was alone." Virginia paused. "Do you want to move on?" He hesitated. "No," he said at last, "but I cannot stay." She nodded slowly, as if she understood something much older than she was. "Then we'll find a way, together." Meanwhile, downstairs, the rest of the Otis family was beginning to notice Virginia's absence in the evenings. They assumed she was simply daydreaming, as young girls often do, but Mrs. Otis did ask her one morning if she was feeling unwell. "I'm fine," Virginia said. "I just think someone in this house is very sad." "Sad?" her mother asked. "You mean the ghost?" Virginia nodded. Mr. Otis, ever pragmatic, said, "Well, if he wants a therapist, I can recommend one. If he wants a priest, we'll bring one. But if he wants sympathy, I suggest he clean up that mess he left in the music room." Virginia said nothing. But that night, she returned to the attic again. The ghost's revelation. Sir Simon stood by the window, his fingers lightly touching the cold, cracked glass. "I was born in 1534, he said. "I duelled before I could read. I married out of obligation. I killed out of pride. And I have wandered this house every night since the day I died." "And in all that time," Virginia asked, "have you ever said sorry?" Sir Simon turned to her, his ghostly face tired but open. "No." She stepped closer. "Then maybe that's where we begin." He said nothing, but when she held out her hand, he took it. And somewhere far below, in the crypt where his bones lay undisturbed for 300 years, a breeze passed over the sealed stone coffin. Not wind from the storm outside, but something older, lighter. The first stirring of peace. Chapter 8. Virginia's Curiosity. For the first time since her arrival at Canterville Chase, Virginia Otis no longer felt like a visitor. Something had shifted, subtly, but irrevocably. It wasn't the creaking corridors or the sudden absence of moaning in the night. It wasn't even the fading bloodstain, which now reappeared as no more than a pinkish blush each morning, like the ghost's heart wasn't quite in it anymore. It was something deeper, a calling, a question left unanswered in her chest. Why had she seen him? Why had he trusted her? And most of all, why did it feel like her story now? A girl who sees. Virginia had never thought of herself as remarkable. She was well-read, yes, and better-mannered than her brothers. She could ride a horse at full gallop across the fields of Connecticut and quote Keats from memory, but nothing about her life had ever felt magical until she met Sir Simon. In the quiet of the attic, he no longer frightened her. In fact, he seemed more lost than dangerous. Each time she visited, he spoke more, sometimes about the past, sometimes about nothing at all, and he always listened. Even when she spoke of things like sadness, silence, and how she sometimes felt like the only person in the family who heard the world when it whispered instead of shouted. They were different, yet alike, both lonely, in their own ways. One alive, but unseen, the other seen, but not truly alive. A hidden chamber. One afternoon, while exploring the old wing of the manor, Virginia came upon a narrow corridor behind the library shelves. She followed it by instinct more than reason. Dust clung to the walls like ancient breath. At the end of the passage was a small arched wooden door, half rotted and covered in ivy that had grown through a shattered window. She turned the knob. Inside was a forgotten sitting room, a secret retreat untouched for centuries. A cracked mirror hung above a cold hearth. A tapestry sagged from the wall depicting a stag hunt. In one corner sat a chest of faded linens and yellowed papers. Among them, Virginia found a bundle of old letters tied with a green ribbon and a small leather-bound book. She opened it carefully. It was a diary, written in a fine slanted script. The initials EC adorned the inner cover, Eleanor Canterville. Virginia sat cross-legged on the dusty floor and read. Lady Eleanor's words. Simon has not spoken to me in 3 days. The silence hurts more than his anger. I fear what he is becoming. The night he struck the servant, I heard him cry afterwards, but he would not admit it. I pray for him every morning, not for justice, but for peace. If I disappear, let it be known. I loved him, I was afraid, but I never hated him. Virginia closed the book slowly. Her chest ached, not with fear, but with compassion. Sir Simon had carried this guilt alone for centuries. And yet, Eleanor had forgiven him before her death. The prophecy. That evening, when Virginia returned to the attic, she found Sir Simon in a corner, tracing something with chalk on the stone wall, a circular symbol, old and cryptic, like a crest from a forgotten time. What is that? She asked softly. He glanced at her, a binding rune from the chapel. For what? For me. He turned to her fully then, his form clearer than it had been in days. There is a prophecy carved above the tomb, he said, old, older than even I. When I died, the stone sealed behind me, and with it my soul. Virginia stepped closer. What does it say? He recited it from memory, his voice hollow and slow. When the barren almond bears blossom, and the child of tears prays for the sinner, then shall the chain be broken, and the rest be earned in darkness and peace. Virginia frowned. A child of tears? You. Sir Simon's gaze pierced through her, not accusingly, but with fragile hope. You feel things others don't. You saw me when no one else did. You cared. Virginia's mouth went dry. You think I can set you free? He nodded once. If you're willing. There was no dramatic thunder, no flash of lightning, just 2 souls, one alive, one undead, standing quietly in the attic of a forgotten house. And Virginia said the only thing her heart would allow. Yes, I'll try. Chapter 9. The Garden Revelation. The next morning dawned unusually still. A thin mist clung to the gardens like lace, and the sky was a pale wash of ivory and silver. The trees surrounding Canterville Chase barely stirred, as if the entire estate were holding its breath. Virginia woke early. She dressed quietly in a pale blue frock, wrapped a shawl over her shoulders, and slipped out through the servants' door. The rest of the household was still asleep. Even the twins had, for once, given up their mischief and slept soundly, exhausted from a night of failed ghost hunting in the west corridor. She made her way into the garden. Sir Simon had asked her to come alone. The forgotten garden. It was the oldest part of the grounds, an overgrown walled garden behind the chapel. long neglected and choked with ivy and thorns. No path led to it anymore. Virginia had only found it because Sir Simon had drawn her a crude map in the dust on the attic floor. She pushed aside a rusted iron gate and stepped into a tangle of green silence. The trees here were twisted and ancient. A dry fountain sat at the garden's center, its stone angels worn smooth by centuries of wind. Beyond it, hidden behind a curtain of wild rose bushes, stood a crumbling archway of grey stone. The garden had once been a place of beauty, of love perhaps, and reflection. Now it was a memory. But beneath the silence, Virginia felt a presence, not of horror, but of waiting. And then she saw him. Sir Simon stood beneath the archway, no longer dressed in theatrical rags or monstrous disguises. He wore a plain white tunic, ethereal, soft, almost priest-like, and for the first time he looked not like a ghost but a man, a soul. "Thank you for coming," he said, his voice almost human. Virginia stepped closer. "What is this place?" "It was my wife's garden," he replied. "She tended it until the end." Virginia looked around. Despite the wildness, she could still see the shape of care. Rose trellises, fallen sundials, the remains of a stone bench. It had once been lovely, a sanctuary. "And this is where it begins," he added. "The door between worlds." He led her toward the archway. It was carved with ancient script, half covered in moss, but Virginia could still make out some of the words. "He who seeks rest must walk in sorrow. She who forgives must go in light." "It's a threshold," Sir Simon explained. "A door not of wood or stone, but of meaning. If you go with me, you'll leave this world only for a time. The place we must go is not of life, but not quite death either." Virginia's heart pounded. "What will I have to do?" "Listen, witness, weep perhaps," he said, "and speak the words that no one else has ever spoken for me." She hesitated. "Will I come back?" she asked. His gaze was soft but honest. "I don't know." The wind shifted slightly. A single petal from a forgotten almond tree floated down, pink and white, landing at her feet. She bent and picked it up. Then she looked at him, her chin lifted, her eyes steady. "I'm not afraid." He offered her his hand. She took it, vanishing. The mist thickened around them, curling like smoke, softening the edges of the garden, until even the birdsong fell away. As they passed through the archway together, the air shimmered briefly, as if light itself had caught its breath, and then they were gone. The garden stilled once more. The iron gate creaked shut behind them. Far above, in her bedroom window, the curtain fluttered. No one saw her leave. No one would know where she had gone. But deep in the earth, beneath the chapel, a breath of wind moved through the sealed crypt. The prophecy had begun to unfold. Chapter 10. The Prophecy. Virginia expected cold or darkness, or perhaps the jolt of stepping across some mystical barrier. But as she passed beneath the crumbling garden archway with Sir Simon's hand in hers, she felt only silence. Not the silence of absence, but the silence of meaning, of breath held in reverence. The garden behind her faded not into blackness, but into stillness. Color dulled, sound vanished. Even her own heartbeat seemed to hush, as though it too had paused to listen. They were no longer in the world she knew. A place between worlds. It was neither day nor night. The light here had no sun. It glowed faintly from nowhere and everywhere, like the last gleam of a dying star. They stood in what resembled a stone cloister, broken pillars and shattered windows forming the shell of what had once been a sanctuary. Ivy grew here too, but silver, not green, and the air smelled faintly of dried rose petals and old smoke. "What is this place?" Virginia whispered. Sir Simon looked up, his eyes full of memory. "The threshold, the space between repentance and release." He gestured toward the far end of the cloister, where an ancient stone door stood embedded in a wall of bone-white marble. Carved across its surface were the words of the prophecy. "When the barren almond bears blossom, and the child of tears prays for the sinner, then shall the chain be broken, and the rest be earned in darkness and peace." Virginia read them slowly. What does it mean to pray for the sinner? Sir Simon turned to her, shadows flickering beneath his eyes. "You must do what no one else has done. Not judge me, not condemn me, not try to banish or punish or cleanse me. You must mourn me." "I don't understand." "You will. The Chamber of Echoes." He led her through the door. Beyond it was a narrow stone passage, echoing with a strange resonance, as though every footstep stirred memories rather than sound. The walls glowed faintly with ghostly impressions, scenes flickering like candlelit paintings. Virginia recognized some. Sir Simon, younger, standing over a woman weeping, the jewel in the woods, his death by the hearth. Others she could barely comprehend. Shapes of grief, of rage, of unbearable silence. At the end of the passage was a small stone platform, a place of reckoning. Sir Simon stepped aside. "This is as far as I can go." Virginia stared at the platform. "What happens here?" "Here, the sinner must be named." She turned to him, startled. "By who?" Sir Simon looked down. "By the one who forgives." Virginia stepped slowly onto the platform. At once a wind rose, gentle but unrelenting. Her shawl lifted, the air grew heavier. From the shadows around her, voices began to murmur, not loud, but insistent. "Murderer, coward, you left her to die. You chose anger, you chose pride." They were not Sir Simon's words, but the world's, the weight of judgment. Virginia stood firm. She closed her eyes. And then, in a voice that trembled not with fear but with love, she whispered, "He is forgiven." The air stilled, the wind dropped, and the shadows went quiet. Tears on stone. Sir Simon stepped forward, barely visible now. His form was becoming translucent, as if the words had lifted a burden that held him to the earth. Virginia looked up at him. "Is it over?" "Not yet," he said gently. "There is still one thing more." He knelt before her. "You must weep." Virginia's eyes brimmed, not because he asked, but because now she truly saw him, not the ghost, not the legend, but the man. A man who had once loved and failed and fallen, and who had never stopped paying for it. She let her tears fall. They struck the stone like raindrops on ancient earth. With each drop, the air shimmered. The cloister walls cracked, not with violence but release. The prophecy was unfolding, not with trumpets, not with fire, but with quiet grief and quiet grace. Rest begins. Sir Simon stood. For the first time, he smiled, not out of pride or relief or triumph, but peace. "You have given me what even death could not," he said softly. "You have seen me." Virginia stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. For a moment she felt the coolness of his form pass through her, but beneath it, warmth, like sunlight beneath deep water. "I'm not afraid anymore," she whispered. "Nor am I," he replied. Then he was gone, not vanished, but released. A final shimmer of light remained in the air where he had stood, like dew at sunrise. And Virginia stood alone, her face wet with tears, her heart heavy but whole. Chapter 11. Virginia's Choice. When Virginia opened her eyes, she was lying in the grass of the garden. The air was sharp and clear, birdsong danced gently on the wind, and sunlight slanted through the trees as if nothing had ever happened. Morning dew clung to her dress, and her hair was heavy with mist. The garden looked the same, and yet different, brighter, lighter, as if the shadows had been gently lifted in her absence. She sat up slowly. The archway was still there, but now crumbling more than before, its stones cracked and soft with moss. The air around it no longer shimmered. The doorway had closed. She was alone, but she knew without question that Sir Simon was gone, not banished, not destroyed, gone in the way that only souls who have been set free can be. He had found peace, and she had brought him there. The walk back. Virginia made her way through the overgrown path back to the house. The world felt heavier and lighter all at once. Her body ached slightly, as if she'd climbed a mountain in her sleep, but her heart was strangely calm, still, anchored in a truth she couldn't yet name. The old trees no longer seemed menacing. The wind no longer whispered warnings. It carried only the soft sigh of the earth exhaling. She entered the manor through the same side door she'd left hours, or was it days ago? No one had seen her go. No one knew she had vanished. A family in panic. She hadn't been gone long by the clocks of the house, perhaps a night. But for the Otises, it was long enough. The household was in uproar. The twins were searching the attics. Washington had ridden to the village to alert the police. Mr. Otis was demanding torches and dogs. Mrs. Otis was near tears, pacing the main hall and clutching Virginia's shawl. Where could she have gone? She kept asking. She's just a child. As Virginia entered the front hall, the twins spotted her first. There she is, they shouted. The family rushed toward her. Mrs. Otis gathered her in her arms, trembling. My darling, where were you? What happened? Virginia said nothing at first. She simply leaned into her mother's embrace. Then, in a quiet voice that seemed to echo far beyond the walls of the house, she replied, I was with him, a changed girl. They tried to question her. Her father pressed gently. Her brothers asked a dozen variations of, did you find the ghost? Was it scary? Was it real? But Virginia only smiled, tired but peaceful, and said, yes, I found him, and he's gone now. She wouldn't say more. Only to her mother did she finally whisper, late that night, as they sat beside her bed, "He was very sad and very sorry, and now he is resting." Mrs. Otis, who had lived long enough to know that there were some truths beyond explanation, simply kissed her daughter's brow and said no more. But she too felt the difference in the house. Canterville Chase was no longer haunted. In the library, the next morning, Virginia entered the library alone. The bloodstain was gone. Not faded, not cleaned, gone. The stone beneath it was whole, smooth, colorless, as if it had never borne the mark of violence at all. On the mantel, where no one had placed it, lay a single white blossom, an almond flower. She picked it up carefully and held it to her chest. Her choice. Virginia never told the full story. Not even years later, not when strangers asked, not even when she was much older, and Canterville Chase became known not as the haunted house, but the healed one. It had been her choice, made in silence, offered freely without promise of reward. She had crossed into a place no one else could follow, and spoken words no one else had dared to say. She had cried for the ghost, and in doing so, freed him. And though the memory of that journey stayed with her, quietly, like a dream behind a closed door, she never regretted the price. Some truth, she had learned, live not in stories or proof, but in the heart's deepest knowing, and that she would carry always. Chapter 12. The Journey of the Soul. That night, Virginia dreamed. But it was no ordinary dream. It did not begin with the scattered images of the day, or fade into the blurred nonsense of sleep. It came to her like a memory she had never lived, a story told not in words but in symbols and silence. She stood in a long corridor of white stone. There were no walls, no ceiling, only arches stretching endlessly into the distance, each one casting long shadows that seemed to pulse with memory. There was no sound, save the quiet rhythm of her own breath. She was not afraid. She walked forward. The Hall of Sorrows. First, she came to a room of mirrors. Each mirror reflected not herself, but Sir Simon, his face at different ages in different moods. One wept in silence, one shouted in rage, one knelt in prayer. On the wall, a single phrase was carved in gold. "This is who he was." Virginia touched the mirror, showing the youngest version of him, the proud, arrogant noble with fire in his eyes. The glass rippled, and she stepped through. The garden of regret. Now she stood in a vast garden of grey trees. Their leaves whispered not in wind, but with voices, fragments of sorrow. Why did I say that? If only I had. Too late, too late. A path wound through the trees, and along it stood stone statues of those Sir Simon had wronged. A trembling servant girl, a boy with a broken arm, Lady Eleanor herself, standing tall, her gaze not angry, but unbearably sad. Virginia walked past each statue and paused at the final one. Sir Simon himself, carved in stone, kneeling, face lifted toward nothing, lips slightly parted as if caught forever in apology. A small bird landed on his shoulder. The garden fell silent. The bridge of forgiveness. Beyond the garden she came to a river, broad and still, black as ink. No boat waited, no ferryman appeared. But as she stepped toward the water, the surface glowed beneath her feet, forming a luminous bridge with every step she took. She walked across, the water shimmering under her toes. In the middle of the river, the air changed. There, suspended in the quiet space between shores, she saw Sir Simon, no longer in rags or ghostly shrouds, but clothed in light, not radiant like fire, but soft like moonlight on snow. He looked at her and smiled, not the strained smile of someone trying to be kind, but the peaceful, grateful smile of someone finally free. "Thank you." She reached for his hand, but this time it passed through hers. He was going where she could not follow, and he was not afraid. The door of dawn. At the far side of the river stood a final archway, twin to the one in the Canterville garden, but whole, clean, shining faintly like dew. As Sir Simon passed beneath it, his form dissolved into mist, then into light, and then he was gone. Beyond the arch, the light swelled, not blinding, but beautiful. Virginia felt warmth on her face, and then, awakening, she awoke in her bed, the morning sun casting golden bars across her coverlet. The house was quiet, no echoes, no moaning pipes, no rattling chains. Canterville Chase was at peace, and so was she. Later that day, she wandered the garden in silence, her fingers trailing across the old stones. When she reached the archway, the one behind the hidden garden, she found something she had not noticed before. At its base, Someone, or something, had carved new words in the stone. He passed through sorrow and was seen. She saw, and did not turn away. She stood there for a long time, the wind warm in her hair, the sun on her hands. Sir Simon's journey had ended, but hers was only beginning. Chapter 13, The Return. The change in Virginia was immediate, but not dramatic. She did not come down from the attic in flowing robes or glowing with supernatural light. She did not announce herself as the heroine of some ghostly drama. She simply came back quietly. As always, her steps light, her eyes clear. And yet, those who knew her best could tell. She walked with more stillness, spoke with more care, laughed less, but smiled more. There was something unnameable in her gaze, something beyond what a 15-year-old girl should carry, but not in a way that burdened her. Rather, it was as if she had touched the center of something vast, and now saw the world a little more gently. A father's worry. Mr. Otis, though proud and protective, had never understood his daughter as well as he had understood business. Yet even he, pragmatic and unflappable, could not miss the change. "You're quieter," he remarked one evening, as they walked together along the edge of the orchard. "I'm thinking more," she replied. He gave a small laugh. "Thinking about ghosts? About forgiveness?" He paused. "You've always been a thoughtful girl, but I wonder, Virginia, did anything really happen in the old garden?" She looked up at him, not evasive, but serene. "Everything happened," she said, "but not the way stories tell it." He didn't press her after that. Perhaps because, deep down, he knew. The twins' curiosity. Louis and Clark found their sister's transformation confusing and vaguely disappointing. "No sword fights?" asked Clark. "No flying skulls," added Louis. "No," Virginia said, smiling. "But you did go somewhere. You vanished." Mother cried for 2 hours. "I went somewhere," she admitted, "but I didn't fight. I forgave." They stared at her blankly. "Sounds boring," said Clark at last. "Sounds like church," added Louis. She only laughed and tousled their hair. Some things she knew they would understand later if they ever stopped throwing flour at ghosts. Washington's silence. Washington Otis was the only member of the family who didn't ask questions. He watched her, observed the way she moved around the house with a kind of reverence, and knew better than to interrogate. He simply brought her a rose one morning, from the edge of the estate garden. "I thought this looked like you," he said awkwardly. Virginia blinked. "Like me?" Peaceful, but strong. She said nothing, just took the rose and kissed her brother on the cheek. The final proof. A week after Virginia's return, something strange happened in the library. Mrs. Umney, the housekeeper, discovered it first. She had been cleaning behind the curtain rod, dusting with more courage than usual now that the ghost was presumed dealt with. And there, in the stone beneath the fireplace, she found something no one had seen in over 3 centuries. A small door, hidden beneath a panel. It opened to a narrow stairwell, spiraling downward into the earth. The family gathered. With torches and oil lamps, they descended the steps. At the bottom lay a low stone crypt, dry, still, ancient. And in the center, the skeleton of a man, bones folded, hands resting on the hilt of a broken sword, and a faded medallion hanging from his neck, bearing the crest of the Canterville family. Sir Simon de Canterville had been found at last. Beside his body, wrapped in time-worn silk, was a note. Let him rest. He was seen. He was forgiven. No one spoke for a long time. Even the twins were silent. A resting place. They buried him properly, beneath the old almond tree in the rear garden, where the sun fell gently in the afternoons. A simple stone was raised. Sir Simon de Canterville, born 1534, freed 1890, finally at peace. As the family stood over the grave, Virginia bent and placed one blossom from the tree on the soil. "Goodbye," she whispered. Chapter 14. A peaceful passing. Canterville Chase had never felt so still. Not the stillness of fear, not the tense quiet that once hung in its long corridors after midnight moans or clanging chains. This was a different kind of stillness, soothing, almost sacred, as if the house itself were exhaling after holding its breath for 3 centuries. The absence. It was the small things they noticed first. The floorboards stopped creaking outside the guest rooms. The candles in the chapel no longer flickered when there was no wind. The grand staircase, once a stage for the ghosts' nightly processions, now stood in stately silence. The bloodstain in the library, once green, then purple, then humorously blue, had not reappeared. Mrs. Umney, who had worked in the house for 40 years, lit a candle in the library one evening and whispered a prayer, not out of habit, but in gratitude. "There's peace now," she murmured. "The air is different." The house awakens. With Sir Simon's passing, the house seemed to awaken in ways the family hadn't expected. Light came easier through the windows. Birds gathered again along the stone sills. The old piano, untouched for decades, no longer sounded off-key when played. Even the ivy climbing the manor walls began to bloom in healthier green. Visitors remarked that Canterville Chase felt less heavy, as though its walls had stopped remembering too much. The twins, despite frequent attempts, found no hidden trapdoors, no ghostly howls, no spectral trails. Washington, with his usual precision, declared it officially dehaunted. Mr. Otis, who had long dismissed the supernatural, conceded quietly to his wife that there were some mysteries that science simply didn't need to solve. And Virginia had changed most of all. Virginia's grace. She did not speak often of what had happened. When asked, she smiled politely and said she had gone to the garden, and when she came back, the ghost was gone. But in her silence was something eloquent. She spent more time alone, reading beneath trees, walking the estate's paths, sometimes sitting by Sir Simon's grave with a sketchbook in her lap, drawing the flowers that grew around the stone. She wasn't sad, but she had known sorrow now. Sorrow not for herself, but for another soul. She understood the weight of forgiveness, the cost of peace, and because of that, she held the world more gently than before. A visitor from the past. One afternoon, Lord Canterville returned. He came, as promised, to collect payment and ensure the Otis family were satisfied with the estate. But when he was led into the garden and shown the small grave beneath the almond tree, he removed his hat and stood in silence for a long time. "I never truly believed the stories," he admitted to Mr. Otis, "but I always feared them." Mr. Otis replied with uncommon softness, "There was more truth in the ghost than in the gossip." Then Virginia stepped forward. She took Lord Canterville's hand and led him to the headstone. And when he read the words carved there, his eyes misted. "Thank you," he said, for giving him back his name. The last night. That evening, for the first time since moving in, the Otis family gathered together without any fear of chains or screams or sudden chills. The house was warm, the hearth glowed. There was laughter, but it was quieter than before, less boisterous, more meaningful. Virginia sat by the fire with her mother. Her father read from a book. The twins, even in their mischief, seemed subdued, thoughtful. Outside, the wind stirred the trees, but no voices echoed on it. No footsteps moved beyond the stairs. The ghost of Canterville Chase had passed, but the peace he left behind remained. Chapter 15. The ghost is gone. It had been a month since the burial. The almond tree now bloomed with soft white and pink blossoms, its barren branches no longer silent. Spring had come early to Canterville Chase, as if the land too had awakened from a long and troubled sleep. There were no more midnight groans, no eerie chills or unexplained flickers of candlelight. The castle's heavy silence had become something tender, like the hush of a library rather than the hush of a tomb. Sir Simon de Canterville was truly gone, but his absence was not empty. It was meaningful, lingering traces. From time to time, Virginia still walked the old corridors alone. She paused beside the fireplace where the bloodstain had once lived, ran her fingers along the cracked balustrade of the great stair, or lingered in the shadow of the hidden garden where the archway now stood quiet and moss-covered. She never saw Sir Simon again, not in the halls, not in dreams. But she sometimes felt him, not as a ghost, but as a presence, a kind of warmth where there used to be cold, a stillness that now comforted instead of threatened. Once, while picking flowers, she thought she heard a faint whisper in the wind, "Thank you." She didn't need more than that. The twins forget. Lewis and Clark soon returned to their usual antics, the way only boys can after something extraordinary has happened. They remembered the ghost, yes, but more like one remembers a game they used to play. "He really was quite terrible at haunting," said Clark once. "No flair for the dramatic," Lewis agreed. But they never tried to scare anyone again, not in the same way. Something had shifted. Even in them, they were gentler, less reckless with their laughter. They no longer made fun of Mrs. Umney's tales, or of the stories the villagers told. They had seen something, if only for a moment, that they didn't know how to explain. And that was enough. Washington reflects. Washington Otis, ever the eldest, took to tending the grounds more carefully. He cleared the ivy from the garden walls, repaired the broken sundial, restored the chapel's door with his own hands. It was he who planted roses around Sir Simon's grave, climbing roses white and wild, the kind Lady Eleanor might have loved. When Virginia asked him why, he said simply, "Because some memories deserve beauty." Mr. and Mrs. Otis. Mr. Otis spoke less about ghost nonsense after that spring. Though he still believed in facts and reason, he began to accept that not all truths could be proven, some had to be felt. He stopped mocking the superstitions of others, and even once read a book of English folklore at his wife's suggestion. Mrs. Otis, who had always trusted in quiet things, watched her daughter carefully. She never asked for details. But she never again doubted what Virginia had done. The house without fear. Word spread in the village that the ghost was gone. People began visiting Canterville Chase again, not to whisper about hauntings, but to admire the almond tree, now said to be touched by a miracle. The postman no longer hesitated at the gate. The maids no longer walked in pairs. The house had become a home. And when asked how it had changed so much, Mr. Otis would smile and say, "We had a guest who stayed too long and another who helped him leave." Virginia in the library. One quiet evening, Virginia returned to the library alone. She lit a single candle and sat at the desk where the bloodstain had once appeared, night after night. The desk was empty now, polished clean. She opened a fresh notebook. She did not write about ghosts. She wrote about grace, about how sometimes the saddest people are the ones who most need to be seen, about how the smallest act, listening, forgiving, weeping for another, can undo centuries of silence, about how peace is not something found. It is something given and something earned. Chapter 16, Virginia's Secret. By the time summer warmed the hills around Canterville Chase, the house had settled fully into its new rhythm. The Otis family entertained guests from London and New York. The almond tree bloomed and shed its blossoms like soft confetti over the grave of Sir Simon. New paintings were hung in the West Wing. The piano was tuned. The twins had joined a cricket club. Life moved forward. But Virginia remained unchanged and entirely changed. The secret she carried. To anyone else, Virginia was simply growing up. She walked taller, spoke less, but with more clarity, listened deeply, smiled gently. She still helped her mother arrange wildflowers in the drawing room and still laughed at her brother's terrible jokes, but there was something different behind her eyes, something older than her years. She had not told anyone the full story of what had happened in the garden. She didn't need to. She carried it with her, not like a burden, but like a hidden jewel worn close to the heart, something secret and sacred. A conversation with her mother. One evening in late June, Virginia and Mrs. Otis sat together in the rose garden, watching the sun set behind the chapel spire. "I've been thinking," her mother said gently, "that you haven't quite been the same since spring." Virginia looked up. "In a good way?" "In a quiet way," Mrs. Otis replied. "And you've always been quiet, but now it's like there's a whole world inside you." Virginia smiled faintly. "There is. Do you ever want to talk about it?" She thought for a moment, then shook her head. "Not yet. Maybe not ever. I think it wasn't meant for anyone else." Mrs. Otis didn't press her. She simply reached out, took her daughter's hand, and held it as the sky turned gold, then rose, then lavender. And Virginia was grateful for a mother who didn't need to understand everything to understand her. Letters unwritten. In the weeks that followed, Virginia received several invitations from her friends in London. One of them, Evelyn Montrose, asked in a breathless letter, "Is it true your house was haunted, that there was a real ghost, that you vanished and came back hours later, white as marble?" Virginia read the letter and smiled. She wrote back, "Yes, it was haunted, and now it isn't. I didn't disappear. I simply went where I was needed. I'm home now. That's all that matters." She sealed the letter without further explanation. Some truths, she knew, lost their meaning when spoken aloud. A visit to the garden. Every Sunday, Virginia visited the hidden garden. She brought flowers, roses, almond blossoms, even wild heather. She laid them quietly at the base of the simple gravestone, never speaking aloud, but always leaving something behind. Sometimes she brought a book of poetry and read softly beneath the tree. Sometimes she sat in silence. Once she painted a small watercolor of the archway and pressed it into her journal, tucking it between pages of notes and reflections she never showed to anyone. And sometimes, when she was alone in the quiet garden, she thought she could still feel a trace of him. A whisper in the wind, not haunting, but grateful. A girl apart. At dances and garden parties, Virginia moved among the guests with ease, but never quite blended in. She was admired for her grace, her calmness, and something else people couldn't quite name, something that made even the most talkative young men hesitate before speaking to her. She was not mysterious, exactly, just deeply complete, as though she knew something the rest of them hadn't learned yet. And she did. A promise kept. Virginia never forgot Sir Simon. She never saw him again, nor dreamed of that realm between life and death. But she never doubted what had happened. It had been real, more real than anything else in her young life. And in her quiet way, she kept the promise they had made, to listen, to weep, to forgive, to see. Chapter 17, The Canterville Legend. News travels quickly in small villages, and in the months following the ghost's disappearance, the story of Sir Simon de Canterville grew into legend. But like all legends, it changed with every retelling. Some said he had been exorcised by a team of American ghost hunters armed with holy water and revolvers. Others claimed the twins had trapped him in a mirror and buried it beneath the floorboards. A few whispered that he had been a demon, finally driven away by a pure-hearted girl who spoke the name of God in the garden at midnight. None of it was true. And all of it was, in a way, because truth Virginia had come to understand is not always about facts. Sometimes it is about feeling, memory, and the stories people need. The local reaction. Once the villagers learned that Canterville Chase was no longer haunted, their attitude shifted dramatically. Farmers who once crossed themselves when passing the gate now doffed their hats politely. The vicar came for tea and brought a fruitcake. The grocer offered to deliver on Sundays again. Visitors began to arrive, not ghost hunters, but historians, artists, writers. They wandered the grounds, lingered in the library, and paused reverently before the almond tree in the rear garden. Some claimed they could feel something spiritual there. Others swore they saw a white light between the branches. None of them saw Virginia. She watched from a distance, often from the drawing room window, or the upper landing above the hall. She never stopped anyone from visiting, but she never joined them. The restoration of reputation. Lord Canterville returned one final time that summer to officially mark Sir Simon's grave. With the Otis family's blessing, he arranged for a modest stone plaque to be placed at the entrance to the hidden garden. It read, Sir Simon de Canterville, 1534 to 1584. Knight of the realm, lost to time, redeemed in grace. There was a brief ceremony, just the family, Lord Canterville, and the vicar, no fanfare, no press. Afterward, Lord Canterville approached Virginia. You've done something extraordinary, he said quietly, for my family and for this house. Virginia shook her head. I only listened. He smiled. That may be the rarest act of all. Stories and silence. Washington wrote an article for the Oxford Historical Review titled The Cultural Residue of Aristocratic Hauntings, in which he examined the social mythology of English ghosts. He included Sir Simon carefully, without revealing too much. It became an academic curiosity. Mr. Otis, meanwhile, gave an interview to the New York Times in which he admitted that he had once doubted the existence of ghosts until one turned up in his guest hallway. He added, he wasn't so bad, really, just terribly misunderstood. Virginia never read the article. She was content to let others speak. She had already said what needed saying once, when it mattered most. A legend grows. Over time, the story of Sir Simon took on a life of its own. Artists painted him as a pale nobleman in chains, redeemed by a girl with golden hair and tear-filled eyes. Children recited rhymes about the haunted almond tree. Guests at Canterville Chase were told, with great ceremony, to avoid the garden at dusk, unless of course they wished to meet the restless lord who was finally put to bed. It became a story of redemption, of sorrow, forgiveness, and peace. No one knew the whole truth, except Virginia, and she never corrected a single version, because what mattered wasn't what people believed. What mattered was that the ghost was no longer feared. He was remembered. A portrait in the library. One final change came in autumn. Mrs. Otis had the old family portraits in the library professionally cleaned. As the grime of centuries was gently removed, something unexpected was revealed behind the soot-darkened canvas of a once unlabeled painting. There he was, Sir Simon, young and proud, in full armor, a scroll in one hand, the Canterville crest behind him. The family gathered around the newly restored portrait in silence. Virginia stepped forward and, with quiet hands, adjusted the frame. Then she said softly, "He's home." And the portrait remained, not as a warning, but as a tribute. Chapter 18, The Garden of Peace. Years passed. Seasons rolled gently over the hills of Berkshire, softening the sharp edges of memory, like moss growing over old stone. Canterville Chase stood proud and quiet, no longer infamous for its haunting, but quietly admired for its serenity. its restored beauty, and by some, its peculiar sense of peace. The house was no longer whispered about, it was spoken of with reverence. Guests came not for ghosts, but for the gardens. Virginia Otis grew into a woman of remarkable grace. She was neither loud nor dazzling, not the center of every gathering, and yet she was the person everyone turned toward. There was something in her presence, some calm, assured light that made others lower their voices and speak more kindly. She was not just admired, she was trusted. She married in her 21st year, a quiet, joyful wedding held beneath the almond tree. The groom, a kind young scholar who loved old books and long walks, had once told her, "You carry silence the way others carry pride. I never want to lose that sound." Virginia smiled when he said that. She hadn't told him her story. She didn't need to. The garden remained. She returned often to the hidden garden, even after she moved to London, even after the birth of her first child. It remained her sanctuary. The tree continued to blossom each spring, always a few weeks before the rest of the orchard. The petals fell softly over the grave, like a blessing. Visitors who passed through the estate sometimes asked about it. "What kind of almond tree is that?" they'd ask. "An old kind," she would say with a smile, very patient. She never mentioned the archway that once shimmered in the mist. She never pointed out the stone steps hidden behind the curtain of ivy. She never revealed the story written in tears, whispered in silence, carved in time. But she always brought flowers. And sometimes, when no one else was looking, she would sit by the grave and read aloud, poems, prayers, letters never sent. She didn't expect a reply. She just wanted to keep him company. A legacy of grace. The Canterville name was remembered more kindly now. In local schools, children learned about Sir Simon, not as a figure of dread, but as a ghost who had been forgiven. Plays were written, a folk song was composed, and each year, on the first day of spring, someone would quietly place a white flower on the grave. No one ever saw who did it. But Virginia knew. One final whisper. On her last visit to the garden, an autumn morning many years later, Virginia sat for a long time in silence. The garden had grown a little wilder. The bench beneath the tree had weathered and cracked. The blossoms had long since fallen, but the air was still warm with memory. She knelt beside the grave, now partly covered in moss, and rested her hand against the stone. "I never forgot," she whispered. And just then, only for a moment, she felt it. A breeze across her cheek. The faint scent of almond blossoms, though there were none in bloom. A sense, not of being watched, but of being seen. She smiled. Not because she hoped, but because she knew. The end of the story. Canterville Chase stood for many more years. Children played in the halls, families laughed by the fire. The house creaked only with age, and the wind whispered only of the leaves. No chains rattled, no moans echoed, no ghost walked, only peace. And beneath the almond tree, where blossoms still fell like snow, the past rested, not forgotten, not feared, but forgiven. The end. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe, and until next time, rest well.